Good morning, traders. Welcome to Blue Sky's live day trading stream. Today is September 25th, 2025. Hope you guys are having a great start to your morning. We've got the market opening in less than 4 minutes from an overnight sell-off that has been what a lot of bears have been waiting for. I'm ready to throw on my bear Crocs and make some money in the market. I hope that you are too. If you all have any questions, feel free to drop those in chat. Myself and the rest of the great coaches here at Blue Sky are here to help you on your trading journey, to answer any questions about setting up your platform, best account to pick, trade psychology, and maybe some help along the way with taking some entries and exits. So drop those questions in chat, jump into Discord, because that's where the rest of our community collaborates every single day. So I hope to see you guys there, or drop those questions in, because I'm available and looking to help all those great traders looking to change their life just like you. Don't forget about our fantastic sales going on right now. $49 and $69 for launch plan specials are going on without activation fee. Flat fee gets you into a new career of trading. That's right. $49 and $69 is all you need to get started in a trading career where you can make an upward of over $4,000 a month. So why wait? Get started today and take control of your life. Take control of your life and take ownership. Good luck again, team. I've got the rest of our team waiting for us. Don't forget about our flash sale going on. That's right. We've got a flash sale going on right now. $100 for 100, 200, and 300K accounts. That's right. Any platform, $100, no activation fee. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today, team. Again, good luck. I'll see you in the Discord, and I'm waiting for those questions. Good luck in the market, team. Good morning, team.
Morning, Riz.
Morning. All right, my friends. So what are you thinking this morning? We had a huge sell-off from the overnight.
Well, I mean, being a permabull, I see this as a dip to buy. Came down and tapped some previous resistance that has acted as support so far. Oh, and I was riding along before. I'm still long, but might get stopped out. Looks like we are gonna continue this off. I was looking to see a little pop up into the open. I'm going to get long again because this is where I would be getting long. Um, eh, yeah, so I'm looking at this as a dip to buy for now. I mean, I'm sure that the sell off will continue throughout the day, but I don't see us going straight down. I think we'll maybe pop up to VWAP first and then continue. How about you? You
I
think we're
think
just
we'll
gonna?
continue. I think we'll get another aggressive push down, and if the bulls can bounce us, the bulls need to bounce us here. This is a 4-hour level on NQ. So at 24,526, if we can't hold this, you got another 75 points you're gonna sell. You're gonna sell
Oh,
down. You're gonna sell down to 24,454. But it depends on the bears. if the bears are aggressive enough and can really take control of the market, because it will stun the bulls, and the bulls will just roll over. They'll get out of the way because their stops will be close. They won't
Hmm.
they won't sit in it as long.
I see what you're saying. I am one of those bulls.
My SPXS calls are about 5 cents out the money now.
Oh, that's annoying. I got stopped out to the tick there.
Tesla's tanking. Apple is kind of holding its level right now. But if it loses it, you're probably going to see the sell because chips are also selling right now. Soxel is down. Yeah, semiconductors are selling right now. Come on, do it. Come on, break it. I mean, stubborn. Come on. Come on. I'm up 100% finally on those XPS. It only took 3 days for those to actually gain any real intrinsic value. It's crazy. I think you finally breaking that support level now. All right, there's that push now. Should see 24, 454 now.
454?
454. $24,454 in a quarter. Tesla hasn't caught a bid now at 427. Come on, send this thing. Come on. Now you dip below 454, you could lose like another 100 points if you break that. Take a look at gold.
How's gold doing? Today really was just like a close your eyes and sell type of day.
Gold not doing exactly anything right now. Still under the 200, under both my EMAs, VWAP. No. I don't see strength in gold to the upside. I'll be honest with you on that. I bet you crude oil is probably ripping. No, it's not. Let's take a look at 2-year Treasury notes. Almost flat. There's money going. Even silver selling. Yeah, there's that sell kicking in on gold now. Not looking good. Bet you the VIX is still ripping. Yeah, the VIX is up 0.6% for the day or for the morning session, or 6% for the morning session.
Wow, that's big. What's it at right now?
It's at 1618 right now.
Oh, it came down. It was up in the 17s this morning when I checked.
Mm-hmm. It's dipped some. Russell has fallen 1.4%. Ain't you getting close to that level I called out? So
What a
almost at
violent.
454 now, just a few points above it. Oh man, I'm up 300% on these calls. Let's go.
What kind of calls are those?
So I'm I'm holding options on SPXS, which is a 3x leverage ETF against the S&P. So
Hmm.
if I want to trade an option on against the S&P that's 3x leverage, that's what I'm in right now. So I'm pretty stacked in that one. I've been sitting in that for like 2 days just cooking, wondering if it was ever going to make any money.
Yeah.
Because I was one strike out the money, and we were like yesterday we were like 15 cents out the money, and they were still, there was no intrinsic value in them. Like right now they're up 300% right now. So, but I want to sell these for like 15, maybe 2,000%. That's what I want to sell them for. So if I can get that, I'll be selling them for like 60 cents a contract. I mean, if I could sell them for $1 a contract, I mean, my toes would be tapping. I got a lot of them. So that'd be good. And there we are. We broke that 454. Oh man, it's gonna get ugly.
It's already ugly. Ooh, okay, and there goes my account.
Yeah, definitely not a time to try to long this. Just
Yeah,
a FYI, I would not
yeah,
be trying to long this.
that's fair. I mean,
If anything, you should be shorting this. You should be looking for opportunities to short the pots. We
sounds
need
good.
we need some kind of
My
establishment of a low because of the sell being so great.
mm-hmm.
So you need some kind of confirmation that you're not the only one trying to long here. And if you notice, I'm making it feel kind of personal because you got to be there with a group of people, strength in groups, so you got to be with the group that's going to be able to kind of carry it and give you a few points if you're trying to scalp it. Otherwise you're going to get stopped out very, very quickly. At least that's kind of like how I frame it in my mind.
Of course. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And plus catching a falling knife, I mean, it's a tough
Yeah.
one. Although, you know, the good thing about something, sell off like this is that if you're not necessarily, if you're waiting for NQ to find a base, you could, and if you're looking at it, positions in the stock market, it's a good time to start looking for value. You can start acquiring other, other other stocks in your portfolio that would be offering some value right now that you can kind of sit on them a little longer. That's what I usually do in points like this is I'll start looking and seeing, what other stuff has already sold and isn't as weak as like chips. Like right now, chips is weak. So it's not necessarily a good time to buy chips. You're gonna probably want to wait till later in the session today, but you might find something else that might be holding up well. Maybe Amazon might be finding a base here. Amazon kind of lagged the rip. So you could see possibly Amazon starting to kind of, try to carry the market and pivot while the rest is selling. So that's all like sometimes I'll do in times like this that I'm trying to sit out of position and, trying to wait for what's best for my next entry. Like if I want to take the long, I got to kind of wait. I got to find that base. And then at that point, while I'm doing that, I'm looking at other opportunities in the market that may not make me money right now, but, maybe in the next day or two can, give me some return.
That makes perfect sense.
Existing home sales numbers just dropped. Oh, they seem to have dropped about 15 minutes early, but yeah, I don't think those numbers are going to really do anything for the market. The market catching a bid finally.
Hmm. It's funny. It's right. Like when you started saying, I would not be looking to long this, looking for places to short. That's exactly where the market turned around.
Yeah. We'll see if this pullback works
Pullback works for what?
for a short.
Oh,
You think it'll recover all the sell off from the overnight? Is that what you would
no,
be looking for?
no, I don't think it's gonna go all the way back. I mean, if anything, it'll
You've
have
got
to.
the orb. Yeah, you've got the orb. You got the orb low at 24, 539.75. So we've got to just see what we get when we get to that. Can we get to that point? If we get to that point, call above it, then you should be, calling back into a bullish territory. Not much news for the rest of the day either, though. So we really don't have much news for today.
Mhm.
That's right, Ace. Bears are here. I am I'm so excited to put on my bear Crocs. I haven't worn my bear Crocs since I bought them. But we need a good bearish day, so I'm waiting. Omaro, yes. Every class that Coach Matt is is recorded. So yes, you should be able to catch his recording up. You know, if not in the evening after the class, I think the following day. I'm not real sure, to be honest with you. I don't know when he uploads them. I know it's fairly quickly after he creates the class. So it is posted in our YouTube channel, and I can hook you up with that channel if you like. No problemo. You can catch out. You can catch all of our streams, all of our recordings done by all of our amazing staff. That's a lot of olive. All right, Steve. I'm putting it on you. You got to tell me when we got to get out of the out of the shorts. Never. Short to zero. You should believe it, Ace. That's why I always say micros are the way. But I'm already searched. All right, then make sure you got those notifications on tomorrow, so you know when Coach Matt is dropping all them nuggies on YouTube. Nasty bear flag on NQ right now, kind of forming. Just ordered a Lambo. Hopefully this trade pays off, or else I gotta return it. You better hold on to that receipt if you're gonna return it. No receipt, no refund.
Riz, didn't you say you were getting a Lambo?
Down the road, I want a Lambo, but I want my Hummer EV. I'm actually shopping for that right now. So I'm like actively looking for it right now. Actually, was just talking to a buddy of mine that owns a dealership here in town. And he sent me over this photo of a Hummer, like what I'd like, and he's like, "Hey, bud," he's like, "Check this out." I'm like, "Oh, bro, that's beautiful. I love it. Why can I test drive it?" He's like, doesn't say anything. I was like, "How much?" And he's like, "Are you sitting down?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, what do you say, 427 a month? Yeah, it was like $400 a month. I was like, dude, I am on my way to go buy it right now. I was like, I'm waiting for it, you know? And he's like, no, bro. He's like, you gotta be a GM employee to get that discount. I'm like, man, why do you send me a discount I can't get? I was like, I mean, unless you're gonna put me down as a GM employee, I'm down with that. I mean, I'll buy some stock in GM.
I mean, there's always ways to get those employee discounts when it comes to car stuff.
Yeah, but it ends up that it was his truck. He was showing it off to me. I was like, man, I was like, you got me all fired up. 473.09 a month for a brand new Hummer EV. That's a steal.
That is a steal. Is
Right.
that a
That's a
did you buy
lease.
it? Oh, it's a lease. Okay. Yeah, lease deals are
Which,
crazy on EVs.
yeah, that's a great deal. I was like, I could. Yeah. So I'm after the Costco deal because I believe I can get the Costco deal. So, you get the GM discount. You have to get a code from GM to get the employee discount. Okay. Yeah, that's what he got. My buddy got it because he worked at Ansera in the parts department like 15 years ago, and now he has his own dealership for Ansera or GM. So yeah, cool story. Anyways, uh, the Costco deal is like $600 a month. So, but you have to find a specific one. Oh, that's cool.
Like
You
a
get his
trip.
discount. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries. A specific like model, like trim level, or
It has to do with the program year. So I think the 2024 models that were the showroom or demo
uh,
units. Those are the ones that you can get those deeper discounts on. Because I'm trying to get one. I want to get one for like $600 a month. Because
of course.
that's a great deal. So yeah. 10K off. See, and I'm running out of time because the EV discount runs out next week on Tuesday. So I've been really hitting the pavement like all over the country trying to find a lot that will give me the deal I want. It's either that
Mhm.
or I'm gonna end up. Yeah, I haven't been able to find the one that qualifies for the discount I want. And my buddy, he got lucky that I guess it was like one of three that would have fallen into the 473, cost. That's not a big deal though. I'm in no rush. I don't go anywhere. My wife's got her Tesla and that's good enough. If I really want to get somewhere, I'll just Uber it. Doesn't bother me.
Anyway, Riz, it's 10 o'clock. I think I'm gonna get off here. I will see you tomorrow.
You got it, my friend. Thanks for stopping in. We'll hammer at it tomorrow, my friend.
Sounds good.
Have a great day.
Hope you bought this dip.
Yes, sir. I'll take the Duramax basis for me. Yeah, I see that ace. For now. Did you buy one of your vehicles? Just don't tell the hubby I'm trying to sell it all. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's probably what my wife was trying to get me to do. I had a bunch of Porsches for a while, like literally, like my my oldest. It was basically only my wife and I driving, and we had like 7 cars in the driveway. It was like my wife with her car, and then all my cars and my motorcycle. But I've consolidated like quite a bit. I've gotten rid of all. I've gotten rid of all my cars now. Intel ripping. I was actually looking at $33 calls. They were a little juiced, so market is looking like it's basing and holding. We have 5 and only drive one at a time. I feel you on that. That's why I got rid of a bunch of my cars. I didn't want to. It was getting expensive maintaining them. Then with inspections, registrations, there was this stint of like 6 months that I was going like every month for one inspection, one registration, and it was like it was crazy. It was getting expensive. Because each car, $300-400 registration every month on top of everything else I'm paying. I was like, oh man, this isn't worth it. I'm not driving all these cars, so why do I need them? And they're just eating money. I basically did this. I asked my kids, I asked my sons. I was like, do either of you all want either of these cars? If you don't, I'm selling them. They're just gone. I'm just gonna get rid of them because there's no sense in me having them. Oh man, we are ripping to the upside now. Looks like that base is held. Testing the orb low. Look at that. They didn't give us that V-shaped recovery. That's a nice reversal there on the market. Wow. Dang, I was gonna try to get into 593 QQQ calls for today. They were like at 54 cents and they just exploded. As if the market's gonna continue to rip to the upside. Pulling the orb low now. We don't have kids, but we can't seem to part with any of them. Two of them are classics. One is our fun toy, work hard, truck to pull the boat, and his truck. He sold us 18 years ago, and I tried to get it back for 18 years. We finally got it back a few months ago. That's cute. I love it. Yeah, registration and insurance is just, man, it is crazy. This highway robbery. Oh man, I don't want to think about Cali. QQQ is about ready to close the gap to the upside, it looks like. Six. And keep breaking the orb high to the upside. Let's go. Nice to see. Over the EMAs, over the 9, the 26, and VWAP and orb high right now, the 9 minute or on the 5 minute. Yes, it is. Just tagged SPX gap. Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. I'm looking at calls, trying to figure out what exactly I want to do here. Until just continuing to rip. Yes, held a 4 hour support at 6,631 and a quarter to a T. Look at that. Just tapped it. Nice, fantastic, my friend. Tearing it up. All right, there's that rip to the upside. Trying to see if I can grab some QQQ calls for tomorrow. $600 calls. Got a bid on those. They're sitting at like 39 cents. I'm trying to get a little cheaper than that. Trying to get them for like 35 cents. We'll see. Nice. Congrats. Finally hit my 610 target from this morning. Did not anticipate the extra 100-point dump. But such as things go, right? None of us ever do. None of us ever know or expect it, you know? But that's where we manage our positions, put our stops in, and don't revenge trade. That's right, Jaja. Congratulations on passing that account. Fantastic. And Q holding the orb high now, sitting at 24,607. All right. And Q is holding this recovery now. Market's still holding almost a full 4-hour recovery candle in 30 minutes. Well, if it keeps going at this rate. Yeah, it looks like the market is buying back all this dip. This is just a massive, dip buy opportunity for them. Brought to you by Nvidia. Yep, that's true. I was able to get filled on those $600 calls for 35 cents. You're sitting at 42 cents right now. So I'm up like 14% on those. They expire tomorrow though. I'm hoping that maybe we can get that gap fill. Don't know. I don't think we'll get that high, but we'll see. We'll see. See if we can get to the what time frame is this? I can't even see. I got too much glare in my office. Sun is just I mean, $6-7 away from my strike. So, get to my strike and holy moly. That would be insane if we get to my strike. We got natural gas numbers coming out here shortly for anybody in natty gas. I got a friend of mine. He used to do heating and oil in the morning. He says that you could make some crazy gains off heating and oil in the morning. Ugh. Long still holding on the market right there. Took that long on the orb break. Yeah, that was a pretty good entry right there on that. Boom. A little bit of a rejection there at 24,640. Got 1 minute till natural gas change data. Got 10 seconds. Market's starting to kind of flag here on the 5, making a bullish flag. Holding 24,628. Fed Bowman is saying that there's issues with employment data. Bowman just got off the podium. I'll be back in a second. I need to get myself another cup of coffee. I'd say mine back. What is up today? Why such a mood? Oh, some weakness in the market. You know, the overall trend from the last 3 days have been to the sell side. So we've seen that kind of play out into the morning session and some aggressive push into the open. And we've bounced off some key 4 hour support levels. So for the time being, you know, we're kind of bouncing. Alrighty. Let's see here. We're about 18 minutes into the London power hour now, team. We're testing the low from yesterday right now in Q at 24,648. Let's see what we do here. See if we continue this upward push on the 5 minute. You can see I've got the 200 EMA at 24,712. So let's see what that does for us. You know, my theory is that after 2 days of selling, you usually have a fairly decent bounce. So let's see how we end the end of day. I did cut out those shorts on the market this morning, close those out. Ended up taking like a 25% profit or so on that. So not as good as what I hoped, but unfortunately the selling didn't continue and I was not going to give up profit off that trade. So as long as holding though. I don't hear anything in my headset. Why is my headset not working? All right, there we go. That's a rejection. Market pulling back. Rejection here. Got manufacturing numbers dropping in a few minutes as well. Well, 5 minutes. I think he's still holding 24,640. Hey, how's it going, Yoda? Welcome to Blue Sky Live's day trading Discord VC. Hope you're having a great day. How'd you join us? You joining us from YouTube? Saw that on Facebook and been looking for a fresh start with the firm. Grabbed the 200K static a few ago. Nice, congrats. Yeah, we've got some great sales going on right now. You know, those $100 flash sales we've got, that's where it's at. Flat fee. Welcome and good luck, my friend. Welcome and good luck. What platform did you pick up? I think you still holding though. Pretty dope. I'm using Project X. Wanted to try Rhythmic, but I need to research and test before I abandon what I know. I would stay with Project X, bro. I would stay with Project X. The Rhythmic is all right, but I just don't like that you gotta download Ninja Trader, you know? I'm not a big fan of Ninja Trader myself personally. I know some other traders do. It's all personal preference, you know? I really like how easy it is to set bracket orders in Quant Tower. Tradeovate and Ninja Trader drives me crazy. I've actually been wanting to take a dive into Quant Tower. You know, I've seen some really cool stuff about it. That and Addis, those two platforms I've been wanting to look at. I heard the volume footprint on Addis is really good as well. I heard that they have a really nice footprint chart. Yeah, probably so. I'm probably the same way. I like TradingView. I always have. I've tried. I was on Ninja Trader at the beginning, and then I found TradingView, and I was just like, "This is what I want." So I've just kind of stuck with it over the years. I've tried a few. I've tried TradeOvate's back end, and it's not bad. It's not bad. Now, if I got a choice, I use TradeOvate or I use Project X. I like the Project X because sometimes you can get some decent specials on those, a little bit cheaper than the Trading View accounts occasionally. So I usually flip flop between the two. Oh, I have not seen the heat map in Quant Tower. I would definitely be interested in checking that out. Because I do look at the heat map quite a bit. You know what? Now that you brought that up, I am going to look at the heat map, see where a lot of red in the market. Let's see if anybody wakes up. All right, we're 6 minutes past the top of the hour, about 24 minutes from the close of London. But the Brits have somewhat brought this up a little. See if the bounce continues or if we reject and continue lower. Then we'll catch a bid off the orb high, 573-ish. Looks like it's starting the next wave down. Might be, might very well be. Depends. I mean, on the 3 minute, we're on VWAP right now. So let's see if we hold this. You still got the orb high right there at 570.89. So let's see. The bull flag is holding true then. See if we can break out to the upside on it. See if we hold it. Okay, look at that. McCrum just dropped an update. Project X direct to funded is live. Skip the eval and go direct to funded with Project X. Not just limited to Trade Evade on platforms now. Blue Live reset pricing back to what you asked for. For the first three Blue Live resets are only $250 each. Starting with your fourth, the price increases incrementally. Simple, flare, and exactly what you wanted. Oh, and our launch plans are now lower. Our launch plans have actually dropped in price. So now our 50K launch plan is 49 and our 100K is 59. So yeah, some great lower pricing there. You're watching gold. I'm still in my QQQ long. So I'm in my $600 calls for tomorrow on QQQ. Got out of those puts on the market. Now flipped to long. Been long for a minute. Just been coasting in it. Setting up my platform. Right on. You know what? Let's take a look at some gold. Give me that gold fever now. Chips are starting to pop. There's no zero DTEs. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with what I got right now. I think I'm already managing enough in my cash portfolio, so I'm gonna just stay with the QQQ. Want to start stretching myself and start dealing with way too much on my plate. You got a decent move though on gold. You know, it looks like you've almost created a relative equal lows. So if you can get over the 26, you should get a nice pop, maybe back to 346. But on GC, that would probably put you more at what 370, 3,780-ish, maybe. Or the high side is you could take out that 3,792, possibly. Gold is moving though. NQ holding quite nicely. Come on. 24/7/10 NQ, do it. Just do the thing. Get us there. Well, so much for me wearing my bear Crocs today. I was all excited. I was actually gonna go grab them. Yeah, I mean, we might get 3 days of selling. There's a very good possibility it could happen. Got to get back under the orb low though for that. Yup, Ace, we can always count on the Bears to fumble, man. It's such a shame, man. I've been waiting for a good bearish day to make some good money, and yeah, it's been impossible. Been so challenging. Because I know I can make a lot of money really fast on a bearish day, but we just haven't had that. It's just been just weak sales. Dope. I just made the switch to ES. I'm loving it so much. So far, much cleaner setup for my strategy. So, like during the New York, the ES and MES are much easier to trade because they'll have the volume, but they don't move nearly at. They're not as wicky and volatile as Nasdaq. So your move will be a lot smoother. Just like if you look at like the Russell. Well, the Russell will be very fast and aggressive. The Dow is very smooth as well. It's very patient. It's a very you got to be a patient trader to trade the Dow because of the moves it makes. It's all about volume and pattern development, how the pattern is developing, and all that good stuff. That's really what it comes down to, in my opinion. I have them up on a monitor. Nasdaq only one. They got nowhere near the orb. Clean but challenging if you end up on the wrong side. I mean, you can make money on either side. You just gotta manage your risk. The crazy thing is that even with the sell, You know, if we could consolidate here, don't make much of a move the rest of the day. It'll set us up for a nice move on Friday. We could have like a crazy rip on Friday. You know, sometimes on Fridays we'll just have a nice expansion. DOJ pushes for probe of George Soros Foundation, New York Times. Amazon reaches 2.5 billion settlement with FTC over deceptive prime program. Will establish a $1.5 billion fund to reimburse customers. All right, guys, if y'all pay for Prime, you might have some kind of settlement coming. Yep, exactly. Getting paid from them. The market's selling. Little now, rejecting. Market's still starting to sell now. Pretty gross now. Dump it. Looks like it. About 2 minutes from the close of London. Let's see what happens when the Brits leave. I'll put us about 32 minutes from New York lunch. See if we hold VWAP. You're on the 5. Got a 4-week bill auction coming up here shortly. Huh. Wow. Still holding those calls. Up 27% on them. Still holding my long position. Doing all right here now. Doing all right. Ace would be proud of me. I'm diamond handing these. All right, team. We're 5 minutes past the London close. The Brits have called it a day. NQ is starting to trying to make its climb back up. Still working on that recovery. Let's see if we hold. Still see that bullish flag here. I'd like to see us break out of it, though. We shall see, though. Gotta get through this order book at 24,650. But she's working through it. You get above the 200, you're gonna have a crazy move up. You'll probably get a fast move up to 712. Let's see. Come on, Bulls. Show these Bears what's up. $700 should be easy. What's happening? Still a little bit of a recovery after 2 days of selling, you know? You got that daily candle that pushed pretty aggressive to the downside. So this is what I'm looking at. I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at. Let's, you know what, I want to do it on this chart. It'll be more difficult to see because there's so much stuff on here. I guess a clean chart. It doesn't have nearly this much stuff on it. Is this the same chart? The same chart? No, these are all the same chart. I don't think this is. Okay, let's see. NQ. Ah. So when we get to the 200, what I've noticed, like historically, is we do something kind of like this. You know, you're gonna dip in, and then you're gonna get a pretty significant move the following day. See, you dip below the 200. If you grab it at the bottom and you ride it up, by the end of the day, you should have a very significant recovery. See this? I mean, this candle here alone recovered what? A little over 300 points this candle recovered. You know, so you can kind of see, where is it? Where's the measurement? Yeah. So that's kind of what I've been looking at, is that when you see these trades, you know, on the daily, you can take a pretty aggressive move unless it falters, you know. You can kind of see that here as well. Now, you know, there's that 2 day sell that I usually talk about. You know, you get that 2 days of sell, and then you get that crazy move. Like here, this is longer. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got 6 days of sells. Oh, but that's not the 200. My bad. We're focusing on the 200. I'm not really focusing on anything else right now. So, you know, once you get that big push, then you'll get that significant move. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, that reversal that happens up the 200, you know, because you don't get the tap on the 200 very often. You know, it takes a minute for it to happen, but when it happens, it's fairly significant. And since we're in such a strong bullish trend, I'm expecting us to have a significant bounce. And so far, you can kind of see that has already happened. You already have what, 100, 200. We're getting close to a 300-point bounce already. So we're probably halfway through that bounce. So these are just trade theories, trade ideas. So, I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean I'm right. It just, historically, I've seen that. So I kind of keep going. That's how I've been playing it. That's why 2 days ago I loaded up on those shorts on the market, and then now I've got a day out call, because if it works out really well, I'm gonna hold it until tomorrow. But if not, I'll cut it by end of day. So my expectation is QQQ should at least almost reach $600 today. QQQ should at least almost reach that by end of day. If it doesn't, then I'll kind of reevaluate kind of where we're at in the day and stuff. But I mean, either way, I'm significantly green on the position already. I'm already up, what, 70% on this trade right now. You know, with the day out expiration. So not bad. Not bad. I'm fairly close to actually recovering the week's losses, almost coming up break even. So, you know, I'm gonna call that a dub so far, you know. And I didn't depot. Yes. All right, Ace. Let's hope it continues to work. Let's hope this continues to work. Put my stop in the money. I can't do that yet. Can't put my stop in the money yet. I gotta wait. I'll put it in VWAP for now. I'll wait till we get our next leg up. Need to at least establish one more candle up to avoid getting whipped out of it. You took that long after you saw the base form. Beautiful. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I see that. See what you're looking at. 2473. 73 is about right there. I'll give you a little bit of a retracement on that 15-minute candle. I could see that. You know, the interesting thing is that we haven't had a V-shaped recovery in at least 2 weeks. It's been about 2 weeks since we've had a V-shaped recovery, if I'm not mistaken. So I know a lot of traders that know what that is, and they will attack it. So I wonder if we'll get the continuation a little bit more. I'd like us to get to 787 before we get that rejection, or next rejection. I mean, that's what happened here at the 26. Be right around this range now, I would imagine. We're kind of already inching into it. Beautiful trade though. Yeah, one contract up 1,135. Oh man, what is the algo doing? I need to turn that thing off. Let me turn this thing off. That's what's happening. Got algos running, doing all that. Want to add to ES? Fully on that. Oh, algo's got me in a short right now. Show one contract. Let's see. This is an algo trade, so I'm just clearing it out, and I'm going to turn the algos off because I don't want the algos trading for me right now. I want to trade myself. Now I got to look for a re-entry now since that thing just pulled us out. See if I can find an entry on this. Trump is taking questions now. You know, another cool thing I've noticed too is that on the 30 second, if you've got the 200, you can see how the 200 is a pretty good confluence. The other EMAs, not so much. You can see the 9 and the 26 are just, you know, you can see how the market kind of rides the trend. You can see the strength once it starts running, that once it rips, it'd be aggressive move, but you know, but if you wanted to and you're looking for entries, you could look for the 200. That's one reason why I use the lower time frames. So like in the morning when you were looking for a short, you can see there how the market tries to roll over the 200, and that offers you a pretty significant, you know, pretty decent entry for a short or long. Especially in like when the market is like consolidating, it won't bounce around a lot on the 200. So, you know, you can see right there, that's your rip right there. And you can kind of see, you know, you won't have much drawdown either. Coach, could this one be the retest of the trend break of the red and white line? Well, so what you're seeing is the market's trying to get back in trend. So you got that, you know, you're looking at one of two things either happening. When we get to that trend line, what are we going to do? Can we establish a candle above it and reclaim it? And that'll allow you to have that continuation move to the upside. Now, the only troubling thing is that we've had such a drastic move in the intraday to both sides. You've had two extreme moves, you know, depending on when this trend runs out of steam, and buyers, when buyers get exhausted and tired of buying this, and the bears start to feel that the market has reached its tippy top for the day, they'll start to attack the bulls, and the bulls will already be like, we've already reclaimed all this. And The bulls will fold fairly quickly because they already know it's taken so much work and so long to get up here. And you can hear that with Mike, even when he's trading. He'll step out of the way like fast. Like he doesn't think twice about it. If he sees weakness in an uptrend, he just gets out because the market will falter fairly quick. The bulls will lose confidence very fast. You need that. You need that volume. You need that oomph. You need that rider stabbing the spurs on the side of the bull to keep it moving. Whereas the bear's just hungry. He's just gonna devour. It's just gonna go when it has its strength. So I see the market like that. That's why, it may look like I'm paper handing the position, but in some cases it's just because I know that the market can collapse fairly quickly and pull back significantly. And then it really just depends on what you're trading. If you're trading futures, you don't have the Greeks. But if you're trading options, you got the Greeks. So I'm banking on open interest and implied volatility. So you guys here on this side, depends on your entry. Are you making up for losses? Are you super green for the day and you're shooting for the gusto? So, you're already green and anything else you get is just a blessing. So then it's like you just hold it. And that's where some traders get kind of hung up, is that they may be making up for losses and they get blindsided that they need to take profit because maybe they've made up for their losses. And it's best to take the profit, at least get even, maybe a little bit green, and reset and look for the next trade rather than give up everything and then end up red and just a little bit, just made up a fraction of your losses. And I'm sure when I say that, that probably rings true with some of you guys because, that has happened to me in the past. So I would definitely keep an eye on that trend line. If you, like I mentioned earlier, if you can establish a candle close above it, that should give you confidence for the continued regaining of those highs. Hope that helps you out. Hey, thank you much. You have a fantastic day as well. Absolutely. We'll see you in Coach Matt's day trading class after market close today. And YouTube viewers, if you guys are out there, don't forget Coach Matt, our lead coach here at Blue Sky, has his live class after market close every Thursday. So hope to see you guys in there. He's got some great theories he's going to be going over this afternoon. Oh, that's funny. Oh man, Nacho Libre is hilarious. So I wonder when we're gonna hear that the SEC approves the PDT rule change. Oh wow. So they're actually pitching two different rules on the PDT changes. So there's two options on the table. I love the first one. The first option is just getting away and removing PDT rules, which that's the way it should be. You know, the platforms already are smart enough, they're fast enough, they've got the servers, they've got the algos on the backside that can create the rules that can stop the brokerage from losing millions of dollars, because that's really what's on the backside of this, right? It's the broker being stuck with a customer that owes them a metric ton of money. That's really what it is, because they know that if, let's say hypothetically, it was me, and if I got margin called on a position that's, let's say $10 million, and I'm not worth the 10 million, and there's nothing in my assets that could cover that, who's on the hook? The brokerage, right? The brokerage is going to have to cover that debt until I become solvent and can make that debt whole, right? While they pursue me and everything else to get their money, right? That's really who's being protected by the PD2 rules. It's not the trader. Yeah, they're gonna go after you legally and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, the money has to be covered, and who's going to be on the hook? The broker. And I'm fairly certain that's why it was originally implemented. And if the platforms now have the tech that, we're not having to call a broker or go into an institution to make those trades, and it's all being done digitally from our phones and PCs and everything else, then they also have the tools that can stop. you know okay, so the second option would be to reduce the 25,000 requirement down to 2,000. So that was Brian Johnson's recommendation, and that's filed. That was his petition that was filed. I'll drop that link there in the chat if you guys would like to give it a read over. But honestly, there's not much to it. It's fairly simple. It's a 2-page petition that he sent over to the secretary of the commission. It's absurd. It's a silly rule. I mean, I understand it back in, when they implemented it, but, the platforms have changed and evolved so much. It's just like on crypto. When I trade crypto, I don't ever worry about getting margin called. There's not even, I bust the account before they'll margin call me and make me owe a significant amount of money. Alrighty, team. Welcome to New York lunch. 2 minutes in, we're going to see a little bit of a loss of volume from institutional traders. So it is all up to retail. What can retail do? Can retail continue this upside push? Will they give up this upside push and roll over for bears? I don't know, but we still got plenty of trading day left. So, if it's lunchtime for you guys, grab a coffee, grab some water, grab a little lunch. Gonna be here for probably a little bit longer. I probably am gonna take a lunch afternoon after the top of the next hour. I usually like to sit in the New York lunch myself. Trump is saying that he's going to take some tariff money and he's going to give it to the farmers. We got 4-hour candle. Sheesh. Okay, Google. Send me a reminder that in an hour and 55 minutes, the 4-hour candle closes on NASDAQ, and to check its closure. Let's see if we keep making these bull flags. I like it. Gold looked like it might be bouncing. Still holding that low. Come on, NQ. Go test that 200. Let's do it. Let's get that bounce going. Let's go Bulls. Good move for the intraday session, though. Beautiful. Calls are doing all right, though. Still holding their value. Still up 48% on them. About $4 out the money on my QQQ calls. You guys can see how the volume has dried up on the market now here at these levels. QQQ is trying the 200. Still at it. We'll see. See if they're going to go for it or they're going to give up. Google is releasing their robotics model. I'm looking for it right now. Well, so Google's DeepMind, Google's new robotics 1.5 AI model just got released. That's what we're seeing. Got it. Such a slow grind here. Might get another 45 break. Might have another 45 break like right here. Market's still holding this range here, holding the 90 EMA. No, Coach Matt likes that. Myself as well. Bulls are holding. How's everybody doing? How you doing, team? Anybody in a position right now? Anybody short, long right now? Or just kind of sitting on hands? I was trying to see if I could get in for a long, but I think I was too early. I think I should have waited until the 200 down below. But I didn't think we'd pull back that far. Give up most of that little bounce that we've got. Sitting on full port short. Of course you are. I'm trying to long gold right now, but it's not super high probability. Let's take a look at gold. That gold is looking weak, man. And the whole market is looking weak. Just looking for that bounce to try to recover some of, the past day sells. But you know what? That's all. It's all patience, man. Having patience, having conviction, and trusting, what you see on the chart. The other thing is that if they bring us down to the 200 towards the end of the hour, that gives us a nice area we could bounce and continue a nice gradual upside move into the close of the day. You got VWAP, you've got the 200. I mean, that is a 1 minute, you know. Just a reclaim, you know, the market, they'll buy it back. The market always goes up. So it's just a matter of when. Someone will find value and start accumulating. And remember, they could be buying anything. It doesn't have to be NASDAQ. I mean, think about it. Okay, you're trading the NASDAQ, right? There's 100 companies in the NASDAQ that could be being bought up right this second. Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, PLTR. As the day progresses, that's where you'll want to look at the Mag 7 and see there what is happening across those spectrums to help you. Burn them all. Then we wouldn't have no tech. What are you going to do? You're gonna have everybody with what, cup phones? You want a cup phone? I don't want to call anybody on a cup phone. Ape together strong. Yeah. I'm at the bottom of the hour now. 30 minutes till the end of New York lunch. Oh, well, look at that. Bouncing it right there. Huh. I guess they're not going to even go for the 200. Buying it right back. Actually, should have waited. What I should have waited for was a candle above the 45. And that's where I should have went long. Not where I did. Because it's still weak. Let's see though. Let's see if they take it or. That's a volume right there.
I didn't want to push him.
There's that push now on NQ. Now it's testing that 45. I just died in your arms tonight. NASFON support at yesterday's low. Nice reaction so far. Yeah, market's holding together. I mean, as long as we don't have anything terrible, there should be some recovery. I'm still holding on to my idea. I wonder if we're going to get that breakout coming at a New York lunch. If that's the case, we might just see like an aggressive push here in like 10 minutes. It'll usually happen here in the next, within the next 10 minutes, you might see that push. They'll get ahead of it before the end of New York lunch. Well, let's see. It's Thursday. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it might. Let's see. Let's smell it out again. No, wrong. If I get lower though, I should have bought here. Well, looks like we're selling now. Oh, they're gonna give us a continued sell into the latter half of the day. Ooh. Well, so much for that move. Didn't get much of a move to the upside. Dumped a Ponzi. Might be, my friend. Not looking good. But we're right at the 200 now on the one. Got 8 minutes till the end of New York lunch. Gotta get back to 24,680. Comes up Papa RQ. Ah, so many trades on this chart. Oh, I had to do that. There we go. That's all we gotta do. Short, long. Oh, one up there. Interesting. Drop kick it to the bottom of my screen. Hi-ya! I think you're right. Looking pretty gross. Got a 7-year treasury year yields sell going on right now. Yeah, so that's a bid for the 7-year notes, totaling $2.4 billion happening right now. Goldman says U.S.-China relationship seems to be gradually improving. We're still holding. Yeah, man, they're trying to roll over here on the one. Come on, do it already. Push it. Let's get up there already. Hey Yoda, isn't this about the spot that you had marked on your head, your inverted head and shoulders earlier? If I'm not mistaken. So, shoulder, head, and then possibly the formation of the next shoulder. Which, if I mean, it's a wonky head and shoulder. I was actually expecting us to, bounce where we were at off the one. We're still holding. We have not broken yet, so. Tuesday. There she goes. Come on. Let's do it, NQ. Put it up there. Send it up there. Time to get up the sidelines and start moving. You just pin at yesterday's lows. I mean, it's a consolidation. Although I think it's going to continue moving. I don't think we're going to consolidate into the end of the day. But, I mean, I could be wrong. We could just trend in this zone here. Still got plenty of room, I mean, you got that trend line from up there as well. But it is nice to be developing support in these lower ranges. I will say that with the market sustaining this range at these lows, this is good longer term because it means that the market is supporting these higher ranges. There's that volatility kicking in. Volume. EU has just released a statement that they are ready to down Russian jets. That's an interesting statement. I don't think that they're going to see jets in EU, but well, back at the 200. What is that? Oh, wow. Yeah, it broke the 200. Snap. That's some bueno. European officials see Russia's Estonia incursion as deliberate. Nah, I just got stopped out on that position. Dang it. No bueno. So the EU is now clarifying that after an intense meeting, that the EU is prepared to take down any jets that enter into their airspace. Hi, Parshav, out there on YouTube. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We appreciate you as well. So, good luck on your trading today. Hope you're having a profitable one. Oh man, full tilt on your other accounts. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm sure that you can easily identify what happened with you going full tilt. So that should be the easier part of the site to figure out what went wrong there. As far as the trading, you know, having a losing trade is part of it. You're going to lose trades. I mean, it happened. I lose trades, pretty frequently, but it's all about saving your capital and having money to be able to return to the market. So as long as you can, excuse me, as long as you can manage your risk and not get tilted to where you can have a cool, calm head that you can identify another trade to where you can possibly make back some of your money or all of it, then that's the true key to success, is being able to pivot and understand that taking losses does happen, but not allowing the losses to blow all the work that it's taking you a week, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. That's the difficult part, and sometimes it'll even happen without you trying, that you think you have a winning trade, and you get cut on this one, you get cut on that one, and you know you have to know when to stop and when it's best to, hey, maybe the your strategies aren't going to work for the day just because of the market structure. And that's just a reality we all have to understand, is that sometimes we don't have enough strategies that we can adjust and find something else that's working in the market today. Maybe EMAs aren't working today. Maybe it's a Fibonacci kind of day, or maybe it's a support and resistance day. Being able to understand that, and knowing that, hey, you know what, maybe you need a little bit more experience, learn a few more strategies so that you can tilt and adjust into a different trade strategy. That's what tenure in the market starts to give you. Yoda, I am a Pro Tilt subscriber. That's one of the reasons I came to Blue Sky. Fresh start, new mindset. Yeah, the Russian incursion into Estonia airspace is not good. Well, they're testing. They're pushing their boundaries, trying to see how much they can get away with. Yeah, Yoda, it is a tough part. I've said it, explained in the past, like me, I used to feel like a business owner that, there was losses, I needed to do something. But, in the market, it's not exactly like that. Sometimes sitting on it out and waiting for the next opportunity, and the next opportunity may take an hour or two to present itself. And that's what it really comes down to. Having the patience to know that. And, sometimes in the intraday, I will normally just kind of stop trading, and I'll be like, okay, I'm done for the day. I'll wait until the next session to start my next trading day. If I find that the structure is just not giving me the entries I like, and maybe the drawdown is too much and I keep getting stopped out, I'll start looking at that kind of stuff and how many trades I've taken in the day, and decide, oh, you know what? I need to just reset until the next session. Yeah, I agree. The issue is on Monday and Tuesday, I was too early on trades. My analysis was spot on, but I usually trade once a day. So I got stopped out and the market moved in my direction. Sometimes the things that can help as well is downsizing. Instead of trading NQ, move into MNQ, or move into MES, or ES. That way if you still feel that you want to be participating in the market, you're giving yourself adequate, room for drawdown. It's easier to stomach $100 move than $1,000 move, to the downside, and your portfolio could survive a lot easier off of that. All right, NQ is now testing the orb high at 24,575. Let's see what we do here. Let's see if I can attempt another long here. Let's see if we hold this orb. If we don't, we get pretty nasty. Oh man, this time frame is just totally wrong. Let's put that wick low right there. Dang it is going for it now. Let's see. Up 150 on the account of 2 trades, 2 micros each. I usually go 2 minis. I'm definitely scaled down. I'll feel you on that, my friend. What's your opinion of 6A? I don't normally trade currencies, but I am more than glad to take a look at one. USD. Whoa. It's almost mimicking the market, isn't it? Where's the last support? It, it looks like the sell is just starting on this. Looks like it could get much worse. And the 4 hour just started. It might be a while before you find some support. Maybe at 65,079. It could even get that. It could get that ugly. That does look like a drop kick right there. Or maybe like 65, 118 maybe range. It might catch if it continue. But if it keeps selling, that would be the downside. Maybe 62, 200. But yeah, it looks like the Australian dollar and the US dollar is selling. Man, what happened to Australia's dollar? Sheesh. That's pretty gross. Is there any news with Australia and the US? Is that tariffs affecting them? That's terrible. All right, what about the GPY USD, right? So I'm hearing news that NATO is basically kind of fed up with Russia right now. That they are basically threatening Russia now. I wonder if that's what this is. But why would the market be selling because of that? Oh, the Australian dollar is flat. It's clearly the US is up. Interesting. How's that long doing? Oh, look at that. That long is doing all right off the 15-minute orb. Look at that. Is that going to be the pair right there? Are we gonna be eating caviar off of that 15-minute orb? I hope so. I don't want no condiments for dinner. We think it ain't on. I'm still holding on to my QQQs. Still in that. Caviar is a condiment. Come on, send it. Let's go. Hope you get along on gold. Bad thing about it right here is that you're either chasing it. I mean, you're chasing it if you go for it. I mean, it looks like it wants to break to the upside. But the bad thing is if it rejects, it'll reject, and you'll get that pullback down to 3,767. Now, here's the other thing you could do. You could trade MGC, which is the micro gold. So if you want to chase it with a lower risk, that won't cost you as much if it hurts. You can always scale into it. That gives you the option there as well. Otherwise, you'd have to wait for a pullback on it if you're trying to go long on. You're trying to go long on it. See, this would be your long entry right here, right off the 200. I would be waiting for it to come back. You know, maybe 3,764.60. Try to catch along there, or wait for it to come back into 3,763.10. The news is getting spicy. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you know. Silver calls are probably in the toilet. I got stopped out on those. I got I got stopped out on those yesterday. I mean, remember, I was like way out of the money on I was I was going for the next leg, remember? So I mean, oh wow, you're right, it did. What was I in? Shoot, I don't even remember. I don't even remember what I was in yesterday. Was it the 40? It was, oh well, such is life. There were they the $40 calls on silver I had? But didn't they expire? I think they expired. Sure. Oh well. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. What a shame. Let me see. What were the $40 calls this morning at? Yeah, I agree. I'm also not experienced. I must add, only been trading a year. It's it's so hard, but nothing that's worth doing is easy in life. Also considered what's your name? Oh, my name is Coach Riz. You can call, full tag is Rizzler, but my friends call me Rizzy, so you can call me Coach Rizzy. That's fine. Absolutely, my friend. You have a fantastic day. Good luck. Yeah, I know it's a hard thing, and you couldn't be more right. Nothing good comes easy, and it's a long game. Perseverance is really what makes the trader. And sitting here grinding it out and banking those wins until you build that port. It's a grind though, but you can do it. Good luck and have a fantastic day. All right, now you got me thinking about these calls from yesterday. Dang it. Uh, See, I had $41 calls, but they expired yesterday. So I didn't have any choice on it. They expired. But they were super cheap, you know. They were super cheap, so that was the reason. He might still have. You know what? That's a good question. I don't know if he bought the same day expiration as I. He might have bought further out. I'm not sure. Man, market pulling back into that orb high. Not quite holding it, unfortunately. Man, I can't believe I was a day late to silver, a day early to silver. Jeez, man. I am will be in when it does. Nice, Coach Matt. Nice. Congrats on that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get stuck on this. Man, this is like the third red trade I've taken on the future side today. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh, I am struggling today in the market. Hmm. Wow. Until 50. Yeah, because I'm a perma bull. I'm not a bear. I'm not a bear. I'm not a bearish trader. I've never said I was. I've never acknowledged I was. I never mentioned I was. So I'm always looking for a long trade. So unfortunately, that is just the way I kind of trade. So, you know. And it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I could care less. Just I can scalp within the ranges either way. I mean, I've got a friend that he's a perma bear and he always, but he'll get out of the way. I just don't think that we're going to continue dumping the rest of the day. I just honestly don't think that. That's my conviction for the day. Is I don't think that we will continue to sell off the rest of the day. We've already put in our low. And I'm fairly confident. I'm still holding my QQQ calls. I've got a day out for them, so and if I cut them, you'll call me a paper hand trader. So there's really no wait, no, that would be Ace. Ace would be calling me a paper hand trader. So I'm still holding them. Like I said, and that's why I bought an extra day. I didn't buy a zero DTE, and I still have a bias on the day from a 2-day sell. So there's only one way I can trade that is I got to stay in it and see it through. Unless I get stopped out, but my stop is at 65%. So if I go red 65%, I'll automatically be stopped out. And that's just the way the trade is designed. That's where my stop is. Platinum is at a decade breakout. What could you trade on the options chain for that? For platinum? I don't normally track platinum since we can't trade it on the future side. Well, yeah, I don't think y'all can. Oh, wow. Yeah. TLB in a quarter. Well, PLV, wouldn't that be futures? There's a PLTM. No options on that, though. Mm. I wonder if silver will continue to break out. $41 calls for tomorrow or 17 cents. And the money calls are about 40 cents on it. Yeah, it's across the board with the metals this year. Best instrument across the board in the market. Palladium is also up, but underperforming in other classes. There two don't have great ETFs to trade. Yeah, I was noticing that. Just gave up the orb high. Hmm. All right, there are blue skies ahead. Oh, 555. So we're gonna see next 55444 or 666. Hmm. We're 7 minutes from the top of the hour, team. Very nice trades on gold today. Yeah. Although it is consolidating pretty tight right now. We're at my next support level. 24,527 and a quarter. This is a 4-hour support. See what we do here. And she gave it all up. Dang, I'm probably gonna get stopped out on that long. Well, not yet. I'm only 42% down, so still got a little bit more to go before they stop me out of that position. No, it just broke below that 4. Dang. Well, the Bears are back. What are you gonna do here, though? 2 minutes from the top of the hour. Let's see if we can hold this. Wait, no, that's too close. Ah. Gold breaking out. Yeah, looks like it. Man, it's a gold calls. Man, I'm sitting in this loser trade right now. Coach, I've decided to join you with my options journey next week. All right, good luck. Dang. They're dumping the market. 24,500 now. Looks like the sell is just, it's on now. The Bears are here. They're not giving up. Bulls are already gotten out of the way. So expected to dump down to the or below then. Should get down all the way to 24,422 and a quarter then. We should slice through 454. This is a rush for exits. I don't know what that means. No rush. Probably. Surprised I haven't gotten stuck out on that long either. Like everybody wants to get up. That's what makes it an elevator ride down, because you got a bunch of panic sellers that just keep selling. They like Mike points out, they won't just like sit in the trade. They won't let other buyers step in. They just keep getting out and getting out and getting out and getting out. It's like level by level. It's a very important support test at 31 on ES. Oh, we're at the low of the day on ES. That's why. Good catch on that, Coach. Yeah, that's it. This is 12 minutes. I mean, they're not going to bounce this. The next candle's going to open below. That's it. That's it. NQ is going to follow, and it's going to dump like a rock. Because NQ's not there. NQ hasn't gotten there yet, so it's still got way more to go. Dang. They probably made that 4-hour candle red knowing these people. Okay. So the prior 4-hour candle is green. Okay. So it's just a nasty pullback. It should be just a nasty pullback on the market. Since the prior candle is, or the top of the 4-hour candle is way up here at 24,512. I mean, it doesn't mean that they won't continue selling it, but my anticipation would be is you probably might get a pretty healthy push up when they buy this back. You chased. Thanks for the heads up on that, Steve. That's awesome, bro. That's a great trade right there. I'm down, here's my position. Yeah, that's it. For now. Darn, I'm darn close to getting stopped out on this. Got another 10% to go, and then I'll be stopped out on this. I don't know what Steve posted for time trades today. I didn't see that. I was here early, but I don't think I saw that. Hopefully some of y'all took his time trades. I could have used it. My port is down. I've lost 50% of my port now for today. So I'm down like 75% from Friday of last week. We'll see though. Oh, let's take that next leg down. Come on, bring it down. I can't believe I haven't gotten stopped out of this. I'm like so close. Man, I wish I would have been short. I could have at least made some money today. I can't believe I lost money all week long. I think I had one good trade this week in my options trades. Oh, I feel you. I feel you on that. Sorry to hear that, Lamona's. Yeah, I'm probably gonna regret getting rid of those SPX S's. Huh. We're at the top of the hour now. I'm not just gonna wait in here for the next leg down. Should see some more downside though. It brought us all the way down here. Might as well keep going. Some good discounts though, across the board. Trying to buy it back. See if we can get over 527 and a quarter. Now we're just stuck between two 4-hour support lines. I wonder if we'll just consolidate between those two ranges right there. Bottom side of that would be 454. Top side of that would be 527 before it pushes further lower and keeps dumping. I'm full port long. How about that? I'm full port pack long. I know Art, you don't like that one. I wouldn't say yet. Well, your risk to reward is kind of up on it because you already, well, yeah, I guess you could have taken that long if you grabbed it at 767.50. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's where I would have went long on it. Send it, Coach Matt. I'm here for it. I want to see that. I want to see that push. We'll see. See what this thing does. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get with Steve in the morning so I can get what his time trades are. Hey, puppy. There. There we go. Let's do it, Coach Man. Let's get that full-on reversal. I'm betting on it. Betting that we'll have a decent reversal here. Gold is struggling though, but I think you should see a good. I think you should see the push to the upside. Goes NQ going for that orb high again. Bounced off that 4-hour support. Regained that second 4-hour support at 527 and a quarter. Come on, do it. Got to get through this bearish order block though, so we got to get above 579 and a quarter. Me neither. I don't want to see any hesitation. It's the right time though, you know? This is a good time to set us up, give us that push up, get us over the 200, give us a little bit more of a push, and then we can putter out for that last 30 minutes before power hour. How's your trading going, Dawson? Good to see you out there on YouTube. But just in case you guys don't know, we've got a fantastic Discord with lots of great information being offered every single day, as well as Coach Matt's super fragilistic expialidocious day trading class after market close. That's right, guys. You want a chance to ask Coach Matt, pick his brain with years and years of experience, then today is the day to do that. After market close, you can catch him in there live holding our weekly trading class. Are you in that trade, Anonymous, on gold? How's that gold trade doing? Oh, look at that. Man, I'm a little jelly. Little jelly. I should know better than, I should always look at gold. I should know that by now because, there are some days that gold is just so easy to trade. But the only reason I didn't trade it today is because there's no zero DTEs on it. So I'd rather wait until tomorrow. Sweet. Congrats on that. That's really good help. It seems like all markets are reversing right now, just like Mike said. Also, currencies and gold and stocks together all bouncing, and the US is stalling. Well, I'm glad that was able to help you out. Congrats. Got to get over that orb high, though. Oh. 40 minutes from Power Hour. Struggling at the 26 EMA now on NQ. Now we dumped the Ponzi. Zero DTs are still tilted to the downside. So you got more people trading to the, or would tilted to the downside. Ah. Closing my long 11 seconds before it started pumping, shaking my head. I would have been 100 points long, man. Lost my foot lid because of this. Unreal how lucky I am. You know, that's the difficult part of knowing when to cut it and when to keep it, because you'll have those occasions that you end up, you cut the trade early and then you take the loss and then it moves. Then you're like, man, if I would have left it, but if it would have stopped you out, it may have been worse than where you were at, you know? And that's one reason why you have to have conviction in the trade. You know, you have to have, you got to follow the trade plan, because every time you don't and you step out of the way and you cut the trade short, you're denying yourself the capability of seeing that trade complete itself. You know, that sometimes is the difficult part of the self-control, dealing with it and just tolerating the loss. Accept that you were incorrect with your trade analysis and it didn't work out this time, and move on to the next one. That has been a tough one for me. After I got over the revenge trade, me having to stick my hands in the market constantly to make a trade here and there again. Then the next part is having the conviction to just let the trade do it. If I'm wrong, then let it take me out. But if I'm right, I'm going to make money, because every time I keep shortchanging myself, keyword shortchanging myself, I'm not allowing my trade to complete. Like right now, like I've got these calls, right? I almost got stopped out. I was $3 away from my stop. And I'm like, should I just cut the trade right here? Because it's $3 more per contract I could be saving myself, right? That's what you're fighting with. That is exactly the thought you're fighting with in that instant. Is, should I cut the trade here? But if I cut the trade here, yes, I will end up saving some capital, but the trade is done. Now I need to not only make up my previous losses, I got to make up the losses from the trade that I did not allow to complete. And now if I'm right, oh my God, I'm going to kick myself in the butt for not letting the trade fly through and complete. That's where you're at. And you have to have the conviction. You got to accept the loss and it has to be on your terms. It can't be at the terms that I'm going to fold. That's like playing poker. How do you bluff at poker? You'll never bluff at poker then, because you'll never have the conviction that you can bluff. You got to have it here. I had a perfect short from 580 earlier, and then it stopped 5 points below my take profit and reversed to break even, which I closed like, man. If that's the case, what I recommend is not putting a stop at break even. And that's one reason why I recommend against putting the stop at break even, is because I feel that you should move your stop once you're further into the money, so that when you do get stopped out, you get stopped out with some capital, because you got to cover the trade cost. And it's nice to have at least a little green out of the trade, because if you're constantly breaking even, you're getting trade fees, right? So you got trade fees on top of it, and then you're breaking even and you're like, oh my God, the losses just end up stacking up against you. But it may end up helping you because you may end up capturing profit more often than the loss of the trade fee. It is hard with NQ. That's why in some cases I normally would trade ES during the New York session. I trade NQ because most of the traders in the Discord are trading NQ during this session. So they want to see, opportunities in the New York session or in NASDAQ. You might want to look at what your take profit is on it. Or here's another thing you might even want to do, depending on your sizing. I recommend then taking 3 MNQ cons because then you can at least scale out of 2. You take 2 at a profit, you maybe 15 points. Leave that runner. Allow that runner to run. That's where sizing becomes very different. In all honesty, that's really, I wouldn't be trading the NASDAQ during the New York. I would be trading ES so that you could, so I can have time for the trade to work. Also I would be trading probably the mini micros. I wouldn't be trading the full size lot. Well, I can't say probably, I would be trading a mini micro in 3 cons, exactly like I said. The only time I really trade a full size lot is after hours because it's a slower move. And I will trade NQ in the after hours because I want more leverage in the after hours. But I don't have to take as many cons. The volatility in the New York session is what will stop you out very quickly. So when you're trying to grind and make money, that's not necessarily what you want. But then it also depends on how much time you have. Maybe you got 2 hours in the morning and you need more leverage and you want to make it faster so you can be done. You can trade and be done. So then it all becomes a matter of what fits into your mental trade psychology. For me, I like that. I like a little less leverage. I want to have a few more cons. I want to be able to scale out. But then when I'm trading the after hours, I'm looking for the ranges and the gaps that happen in the after hours because you don't get that in the New York session. New York sessions mostly are choppy and more difficult to trade. The volatility, the news, everything else that's happening in the market, because in the after hours, you're not necessarily relying on the Mag 7. The Mag 7 are mainly stagnant in the after hours, unless there's news dropping, the Tesla or Microsoft or Amazon, but that doesn't normally happen. You have more of a natural move on the after hours market. That's a more organic and trader based move. You don't have as many algos in the after hour session right now. They are there, but they're not as frequent and they're not as large as what they are in the New York session. And then also, gold moves like NASDAQ moves in the after hour session. So, if you're looking for something with more volatility and movement, I might recommend, looking at gold in the after hours. Asia and Euro, they love gold. That's why you see a much higher volume in the gold market, as well as you can see the moves that happen in the after hours with gold. Well, it looks like my calls are recovering finally. Thank goodness. I'm so glad I bought them one day out, Wanted to buy myself some time. We'll see. It will be all right, though. I got confidence in this. And keep testing that orb high, now breaking below it here on the 5. About 3 minutes past the bottom of the hour. Less than 25 minutes away from power hour, team. Coach Matt will be jumping in with us, hopefully cheering us on for an upward trajectory. You know, that means I've seen trades go 2 points away from my take profit, and then 7 hours later hit my take profit. You know, all the while dipping and you know stressing me out. You know, it's just it's just part of the game, though. You know. I mean, that's precisely why you want to sometimes get yourself time, have that patience and stuff. Let the trade just cook, let it do what it's got to do. No, price always comes back. You just got to think of that. Price always comes back to where it was. That's so funny. You guys are thinking I trade NQ all the time. I trade a little bit of everything. Sometimes I'll jump on the Dow. I look, I've said it before. I usually look for strength, but for the sake of the Discord, I stay in. Uh, I stay on the Nasdaq for the majority of the folks that are looking. But I can flip over to whatever. If you guys want me to specifically look at something else on the day and stick with that chart, I do not have a problem doing that at all. I am here to help you guys out. I should put labs. It's on the floor. Yeah. Do you think? What? Oh my God, MJ, that's beautiful. Congrats. Dang, that's an insane entry. Congrats on that gold trade. I'm here for it. Congrats. You trading gold right now, RQ? RQ is what a high level description. What is a high level description of your trading system? Scalping, swings. That's all you need right there. That's all you need right there. One con is all you need. I like my army concept. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what my sergeant always said, and I always try to keep it simple. Uncomplicated, easy to manage. Your stress is low. It's not like you're freaking out because you're stacked up beyond your means. Yeah. Look at the 15-minute on gold. Oh man, look at that gold just flew right off my chart. Oh my god. Dang. Holy Toledo. Well, Anon, my DMs are open. If you want to buy me lunch, with those fat gains off that gold entry. That's a great trade. Awesome. Congrats on that. Let's go. Oh, and I'm flat on my options trade. My options trade has miraculously come back to life. Let's go. We're eating caviar condiments for dinner tonight. Yeah, don't they serve caviar at Lambeau Stadium? I think there's well, you can order a dog with caviar, can't you? It's like $100. Has anybody seen that? What stadium was that? Oh, at the US Open. That's what it was. It was at the US Open. That's right. That's right. They're doing caviar with nuggies. Supposedly it's good. My wife says it's good. I haven't tasted it. Why haven't I tasted it? Anon, what I do like about Bookmap is if you turn the sound on, you can hear the volume. So the more popping you have, that allows. So like me, what I used to do is I used to actually have bookmark like on a side tab. Like I didn't even have it up, but I would just listen to the sounds. So I would, yeah. Because you can't look at the chart with 100%. Yeah. So, I wait for like iceberg orders because that means that's a massive order. That's thousands of orders. That's a huge order block that just drops. But then you hear like this, pop, 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 and that's the orders being placed. And the less frequent it is, the less volume you got. So when you hear that thing just start like pop, 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 and you hear iceberg fill, that means that there's volume in the market. And to me, that's what would give me the time. Yes, I know when they exit when I hear a sweep. Exactly. Because that's that big bulk of orders being taken out, and you'll get a pullback like right after it. It'll pop, and then you'll get that wick, just like this right here. Like at the tippy top of that, you would hear iceberg order. That's where a bunch of sellers up there sold right there at the tippy top. So you can, so like if you're scalping, it'll allow you to kind of get that. It's funny. In another Discord, I used to have it, and my friends could hear it, and they would be like, "What is that?" Like, oh, just it's just easy. It was before we got the volume candles. I think the volume candles are really, really good, though. I like them. I personally like the volume candles. They give me the advantage I like. $15 to power hour, team. Exciting. What are we gonna do? We're gonna pump. We're gonna dump. Coach Matt says pump. You know what? Let's set up a poll for a few minutes. Oh. There we go. An option on how long I get to. All right. We'll end this. We'll end this at the yard. At the end of. We'll end it at the top of the hour. How about that? Boom. 5 minutes. Yeah, slow grind here on the market. Kind of holding this level. I like it. A bit of a recovery. See if we keep it going. All right, team, we got 6 minutes till power hour. Maybe a nice approach up to that 200 EMA on the 5 minute. Yeah, you win. We got one vote. Only one person voted on that. I want to win.
I'll vote, Riz. What was the vote? What was the
Oh, we were
to
just
the
trying to
daily
see.
highs, dump it to the floor. I'll vote on that. Is there a third option?
You know what? I didn't think about that in the third option. Maybe that's why nobody voted.
I've kind of felt like the market today is trying to figure out what it wants to do with its life. How you doing today, Coach Riz?
You know, I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Trucking through another day.
Well, in the lab here in about an hour from now, we're talking how to spot the end of a trend. We're going to talk about momentum, shifting volatility, pattern development, life cycle of a trend. Here, if you love technical analysis, you're going to enjoy a technical conversation in the lab today.
Well, it sounds like an awesome class.
There's every lab is an awesome class, brother. Kidding. This one's going to be spectacular. I actually think today is setting up tomorrow pretty good, honestly, Ace.
What are you thinking tomorrow? Nice bounce for tomorrow.
I'm thinking Bulls win or Bulls run away for a week. You're just coming into some extremely important support levels on the daily chart. And honestly, if you're thinking about the trend of the market, not just on the intraday side of the equation, you would be asking for slowing momentum tomorrow.
We got a full week next week, don't we?
Yeah. See, I think if you get that slowing momentum candle tomorrow and scrubs, 5-point range, 10-point range, that's kind of what I'm talking about. If you can get a slowing momentum candle on the daily chart tomorrow, and this is an FA then scenario, I think it really sets up the daily chart to have the bulls come in.
Yeah, you know, and
listen, you have to have slowing momentum candles, or you never have an increasing momentum candle, Ace. How do you judge momentum if you never have slowing momentum candles? Then it's just chaos theory.
yeah, and you know, after we have the aggressive push down to the 200 on the daily, and the following day you get the rip to the upside, usually the following day you have some indecision, which translates into that tight consolidation, like you mentioned, because you know, bulls and bears are arguing on who's right and who's wrong, which way are we gonna go, up or down. So you usually have that day. I noticed that before. So I'm really hoping that I can capitalize on this for the day and not have to swing it into tomorrow. We'll see though.
you're in the pocket. You're on a retracement on the daily chart. You're in the pocket between the 9 and the 20. It's a pretty standard retracement, quite frankly, on the daily chart. You're looking I'll just tell you from a swing trader perspective, you're looking for a slowing momentum candle and then an upward movement in price to confirm the next leg. As a swing trader, that's exactly what I'm waiting on. As a swing trader, I don't want the market to recover immediately here today. As a swing trader, I don't want the market to recover immediately tomorrow and rip right up. That's new trader stuff. That's not veteran trader stuff. I'm looking to catch a leg here. I'm not looking to catch a little bit of a move here. And so, yeah, I'll be patient on the swing trading side of the equation. I'll be patient, let the pivot occur, because this would be going into like wave 3 short-term trend type stuff. I think it pays to be a little bit patient in the development here on the daily chart. On the intraday side of the equation, I just think I think it's tough to get an edge today. Lot of random volatility, hasn't been exactly clean here today. So I've kind of done a little bit of setting on my hands today. Although cheering for silver and gold. Never stop. Do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Riz, I have a philosophy in trading. I have a lot of philosophies, but one of my philosophies in trading is don't get so caught up in trying to catch a trade that you miss out on the trend.
Mm. I like it. Makes sense. Simple. But it's so easy to get caught up in your trade, not realizing what the trend is doing.
Well, that's the thing. The market doesn't have a trend right now on the intraday side of the equation. You basically have some variation of a double bottom around the 630 level. You got multiple different data points at the 6670, 6672 level. You don't have higher highs, higher lows right now. So everything you're doing in between that 30-40 point range there, well, yeah, about a 40 point range there, is just very aggressive type short trade. I don't love those. Like I've talked about it openly here many, many, many times. I love to see this play out because I feel like the market's battling here.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you're right. Day traders can drive those. Well, Ace, I would differ on that because I'm a day trader. I would say more the shorter time frames are dominating the market right now. Like the last 5 hour market, I would say is very aggressive short term traders, right? Day traders, scalpers, but it's the aggressive variation, right? Me, when I see these environments, guys, I get patient because I see pattern development playing out here. And when I see pattern development playing out, and I'll talk a little bit about this in the lab, but when I see that playing out, I kind of see it through the lens of, trench warfare. You got the bulls battling, you got the bears battling. Nobody's really winning the hearts and minds of the trend. They might win zones and levels in the current neutrality, and that's not what I'm specifically talking about. I'm talking about kind of the concept we're going to talk about in the lab. Where is the birth of this trend? Because right now you don't have a trend. So everything you're doing is simply trading between levels, but you're not getting an edge on trend analysis. Going back to the old time turtle trader, had to have a trend. Turtle traders couldn't make a trade unless they had it. And so when you're looking at where can that trend and where can that pump go, yeah, you can try to scalp 10 points between 60 and 60-70 right now, or you can wait on the development and the breakout of 67-70 and try to capture 20 to 30 points. So I'm just waiting on that pivot more than anything. I'll talk a little bit more about it later on today in the lab. No, I wouldn't say that. It depends on the data. Neil, I'm very very cued to the volatility of the market. If the market tells me I need to be aggressive, I be aggressive. If the market tells me I need to tap on the brakes, and tap on the brakes, brother. I match the market volatility personally. And the market, to me, based on my trading systems, is telling me to tap on the brakes. I never tap on the brakes on gold. No, no. No, I kid. I definitely tap on the brakes on gold. Like, how much am I going to add there? I tap on that question. At the end of the day, Riz, I love patterns and trends. I love capturing a trend. You catch a trend, you'll see what I mean.
Definitely. But
Most day
catching the
traders
trend.
don't. RQ. Most day traders trade level to level. That's what most day traders do. We're all kind of trained in the same vein of thought. How we read it might be a little bit different. But I never shut down my swing trading, and my swing trading and my day trading blend together.
NASDAQ flag. Silver crossing 4101, ripping to the upside. All right, team, we're in power hour. Let's go. Somebody needs to get out and push.
Russia claimed NATO has declared war on them.
Did they just release that statement?
2 hours ago.
Oh.
NATO told Russia that they're going to shoot down their drones if they fly them over NATO airspace, and Russia said that that's declaring war.
Yep.
The Russian logic. Someone that understands logic needs to explain that one. Let me
That's
fly my
there.
drones over your airspace. On the ES, is that what you're talking about? The 666 or the NAS? I was gonna say the ES gets way choppy between like 68 and 73, 72. Beautiful. I agree there, Ian. By the way, silver just broke out 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that.
I just love this headline. Breaking: Russian ambassador warns World War III if will start if NATO shoots down Russian planes invading their airspace. That's a headline.
Wow.
No, it's Poland right now. It's Poland, and there was some reports unconfirmed of drones flying over French airspace as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but it wouldn't be shocking on Alaska. We've seen them dance that a few times, so that wouldn't be surprising. I just haven't seen that headline. That I agree with there, brother. That was today, Scrubs. Yeah. The headline is bearish, but it is bullish. Yes. You usually see a little bit of volatility pocket. Market stabilizes fairly quickly. RQ took about a month for the ES to stabilize after the Russian invasion in 22, if I remember right. There was an initial sell-off pretty aggressively. Then it stabilized. Like, war is seen as bullish because of the expenditures of cost, debt, monetary supply, all of that goes up. Anon, war's not good. Nobody's saying war's good, brother. Like, nobody's saying that. Like, nobody. We're just talking about price. And if price goes up, that's bullish. If price goes down, that's bearish. Does it devalue currency? Of course it does. So does all the printing of money. Why do you think I'm the gold guy? Of course, 100%. Like, I don't buy gold because I like inflation. I buy gold because the idiots that run monetary policy don't care about inflation. Yeah, and on euro dollar slowing down in its trend right now on the intraday side of the equation, starting to pivot a little bit. Still bearish, but it's the momentum is shifting here. I would agree with that. Obviously, I'm talking the euro, so we're talking the same thing when you're looking at the US.
Fred Daly is about to start speaking here in a few minutes.
Daily is?
Correct.
Oh, the Lisa Cook case is being heard by the Supreme Court today.
Correct.
Trump's tried to fire her off the Fed.
USD started a downturn.
Oh, you haven't hit on the big one yet there, brother, but that's all of them. You're also seeing the macro end of the dollar as the reserve currency in the world. It'll continue to lose reserve status over the next 10 years until we get to about 44% reserve status, currently north of 50. By the way, that was decided in 2059. In the Bank of International Reserves was actually called the Bank of International Settlements, and the IMF made a report in 2015, October of 2015, regarding the SDR, which is special drawing rights with a collection of currencies that acts as a bond within that basket, that's going to continue to go down. Fascinating stuff, Anon. We live in very interesting times. You know, all of that is like everything Anon said is accurate. So the question I have for everybody is kind of this. What would it take to actually break the market, to actually see something more than just a pullback, more than just some volatility, but like a real volatile event? Like the last one was, you had the pandemic, you had the 22 inflationary crisis. Then you got to go back to 2018 trade war, ending of QE in 2015, ending QE of QE in 2012, 2011, 10, and then the subprime. If it's corporate profits, we'll see that through earnings. That would be it changed a lot of people's lives there, Ace. Since it changed our entire economic system. Yes. Even people that don't understand what the letters QE represent, it changed their lives. It's going to be really interesting, Tipped, on the earnings side of it. Third quarter earnings will start reporting here in a couple weeks. Once you get the banks, and then mid-October to the end of October, you get a lot of those earnings. I'm very, very interested in corporate. There's a lot of, most people expect corporate earnings to be pretty decent, including myself, based on just the overall metric. But there's some unknowns in that corporate equation. Specifically, how much of the profit margin is getting eat up by the tariff? How much revenue is truly contracting based on consumer spending? It's obvious we've seen a slowdown in consumer, right? It's beyond obvious. How does that show up in earnings? Does that show up in very, very interested in question coming up? Oh, I was walking away a little bit, Ace. Is that better? Sovereign bond crises that, those could be catalysts. Yeah. At the end of the day, the only way we get a true recessionary type pricing is if EPS contracts. Tip's absolutely right. The end of the world can happen, but if they're printing enough money that allows EPS to expand, market go up. EPS contracts, market goes down. EPS increases, markets go up. M2 rate contracts, markets go down. M2 rate expands, markets go up. You really can make it as simple as that to a certain extent. But if corporations aren't making money, it's a different evaluation. But those would be catalysts, is my point on that. Those would be catalysts that spark what happens down the road. You know what I mean? And those sovereign bonds, what really kind of happens with it is it sparks the carry trade, which is the number one trade in the world. It sparks the carry trade. Something gets unwound in the carry trade. Yeah, if you're looking at like a direct impact on just the currency side of the equation, Ace, yeah, I would agree. M2 is a little bit more of a loose categorization of it. Is there one that tracks global? Like I know you have other macro ones that track like total, but I'm trying to think if there's one off the top of my head that tracks global. You could probably have your AI programs track the global rate to kind of give you a total, I would think. I use TradingView every now and then. Not a lot, no. I use Thinkorswim for the most part. So you got the black line as the balance sheet. Like when you look at the balance sheet trend line, you know exactly where the pandemic was. You know exactly where the inflationary crisis was. You know exactly where that first trade war was because you know exactly what those markets did. Basically looking at the market trend. So, or excuse me, the liquidity. Yeah, I was looking at it. The M2 rate. That's what I was meaning when I said balance sheet, but it was the liquidity. Balance sheet's been slowly drifting. You know, the amazing thing though is while the Fed's balance sheet has been drifting, the United States government has offset that by doing Treasury-backed QE. We bought 500 billion worth of our own bonds. Treasury borrowed the money and then purchased our own debt with it.
About 5 minutes till the imbalances. Fed Daily, new
Well,
graduate,
after
new college. Oh, right.
oh, go ahead, Riz.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say after the market, guys, we got the lab. We're talking the end of a trend, the beginning of another trend. But the conversation's all about spotting the end of a trend and the beginning point of the next trend. I'm going to teach these concepts. I got some sexy slides for us. But we're going to talk about the current market and really taking what we talked about in the lab and applying it to the current market condition, both on the daily chart as well as the intraday timeframes as well. And so, a very important technical conversation for those of you who want to join the lab here in about 15 minutes from now. And if you have never attended the lab, it's just down below in Coach Matt's weekly lab hangout in Discord. What's up, Nacho? Good to see you. Nacho? So am I. So am I. We're going to have some fun today. In fact, Riz, I'm going to head over to my lab and get everything dialed in to rock and roll and have a great lab. Brother, it's always a pleasure hanging out with you.
Same here, Coach Matt. Always a pleasure. Have a great class.
Thank you, brother. I'll see you guys in the lab if you join here in about 10 minutes from now.
All right, let's see what the imbalances bring. Sell side 170 million. More buy side on the market. I'll get those numbers and drop them here in a second. So S&P 500 more to the sell side minus sell 191 million. Nasdaq positive buy side 17 million. Dow sell side 3 million. Mag 7 buy side 162 million. So mainly flat, I guess. Nothing spectacular. Sounds good, my friend. You got it, RQ. Have a great class over there with Coach Matt. He's starting up already here pretty soon. So, if you guys want, y'all can drop in there. To our YouTube viewers, I've dropped a link into our Discord. So you all are more than welcome to jump in there and start that class with Coach Matt, because I know he's always got some great information to share with our traders. Hope you guys had a great day. Thanks to everybody for joining me today. We got tomorrow is Friday, last day of the week, team. We have made it through another week. I don't know how we did it, but we did it. Freaky Friday. Time flies. Time does fly. Yeah, the day did fly by for me as well. Forget about our great sales that we've got going on. Launch plans on sale for $49 and $59, I think, right? Is that right? We got that new promo. They lowered the price. Yep, $49 and $59. Got that flash sale still going as well. $100, 100K, 200K, and 300K accounts. I think tomorrow will be good too. I think tomorrow we're gonna have. I don't think we're gonna have what we had today. Last 3 minutes of the New York cash session. Well, let's see what the overnight session does. Will they buy this? Will they continue to sell? You got it, my friend. Have a good one. I will see you later. Absolutely, MJ. I will see you later. Have a great day. The last 12 seconds. Market is trying to push to the upside. A bit too much too late. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. There is your belting. Oh, wait. I'm off. Oh, it's because I'm on the 32nd. Ding, ding, ding. There's your bell. All right, team. Congratulations. Again, hope you all had a great trading day. It has been interesting, that is to say the least. Fantastic moves in the intraday. Great sell-off here at the open, followed by a decent bounce. And unfortunately, another day of what we expected, stalled out after New York lunch. So again, early bird gets the worm today, team. Thanks again. I think with that, I will call it a day. I will see you all tomorrow. Again, have a great day and good luck in the market, team.